The Sparta Board of Education regular meeting is called to order at 6:32 p.m. Neve, can you read the meeting announcement, please?
Yes. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the Sparta Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be advertised by having the date, time, and place thereof posted at the Sparta Board of Education office, 18 Mohawk Avenue, as designated by the Board of Education for posting of such notice in a public place. Written notice was emailed on January 11th, 2022 to the New Jersey Herald, the Star Ledger, tapintosparta.net, and to the Township Clerk, specifying the date, time, and place of this meeting.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Mr. Smith.
Ms. Brigg?
Here.
Ms. Collier?
Here.
Ms. Grano?
Here.
Mr. McKiernan? Mr. Morris?
Here.
Ms. Sealander?
Here.
Dr. Serrano?
Here.
Mr. Paleshi?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Will everybody please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. Next, we're going to convene into closed session, whereas Section 8 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, PL 1975, provides for the exclusion of the public from a meeting in certain circumstances. And whereas the Sparta Township Board of Education is of the opinion that such circumstances exist to conduct interviews for the open Board of Education seat and matters of attorney-client privilege, which is exempt from public participation pursuant to New Jersey Public Law 1975, Chapter 231, Open Public Meetings Act. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Sparta Board of Education shall enter executive session on April 28th at 6:34 p.m. Thank you. The board will reconvene in public session at the conclusion of the executive session. The information discussed during the executive session will be disclosed to the public as soon as it is determined by the board that the information is no longer confidential. We expect probably to be back out around 7:45 p.m. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Kurt, thank you. Second?
Second.
Vanessa, thank you. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right, we're going to resume open session. Resolved that the Sparta Board of Education closes executive session and enters back into the public portion of the meeting at 8:23 PM. Roll call, please. Mr. Smith.
Ms. Bragg,
Yes.
Ms. Collier,
Yes.
Ms. Grano,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Ms. Sealander,
Yes.
Dr. Serrano,
Yes.
Mr. Paleschi.
Yes. Again, thank you, everybody, for your patience. We know we ran a little bit late, and we do appreciate everybody's patience. And thank you all for your attendance here, both personally and virtually, for everybody attending, so we appreciate that. Before we move on to Section 4, we are going to nominate and vote for the open board seat. So do I have any nominations for the open seat?
I have a nomination.
Thank you, Kim.
I would like to nominate Jennifer Miller.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Kurt. And do I have any other nominations?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Dr. Frieda Lewis.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Neve. Any other nominations? No? Okay, can I have a motion to close the nominations, please?
Motion.
Vanessa, thank you. Second?
Second?
Neve, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead if you don't mind. Yeah, just, Mr. Zittimer is going to just kind of explain how this process works on the voting side of it.
Right. Good evening, everybody. Pursuant to our board policy 0143, the board votes on the candidates in the order in which they are nominated. So the first candidate we will vote on is Ms. Miller, I believe is her last name, Ms. Miller. If Ms. Miller gets 5 votes, which is the remaining number of seats on the board, the majority of the remaining seats on the board, then we don't actually go to the second candidate who is nominated. If Ms. Miller does not get the requisite 5 votes, then we would go to the second candidate and determine whether that person got the 5 votes needed. So that's the process in our policy. We will vote on Ms. Miller first. Mr. Paleschi has the resolution that her name is going to be plugged into.
Thank you. Resolved that the Sparta Board of Education appoints Ms. Jennifer Miller to the vacant seat on the board, serving until the organization meeting in January of 2023. Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Neve, thank you. Second?
Second.
Vanessa, thank you. Discussion?
I just wanted to say we had a really great applicant pool. This is not an easy discussion. We're so thankful for all of our really interested stakeholders coming forward, and it's not easy to, I know personally, to go for a vacancy, and if you are not appointed tonight, we would highly encourage you to run, because your thoughts and your perspective are valued by us. So thank you.
Thanks, Lauren. And I second that, and that really was what took up the majority of our closed session, was just discussion of the candidates, and you know, we're all very lucky to have all of those candidates interview, and we truly appreciate your time. Any other discussion? Okay, just a roll call. Roll call, please, Mr. Smith?
Ms. Bragg,
We're voting on Jennifer.
Jennifer Miller.
Jennifer Miller.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just want to be
That's-
clear, it's confusing. Yes, please.
oh, yes, right, okay. Ms. Collier,
Yes.
Ms. Grano,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Ms. Sealander,
No?
Dr. Serrano,
Yes.
Mr. Paleschi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Miller. Yes. Yeah, and we will be swearing in Ms. Miller here at the May meeting. Okay, moving on to Section 4, the 2022-2023 public hearing for the budget. I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Beck and Mr. Smith for the budget presentation.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Good evening. So tonight we are going to present the final budget. If you recall, last month we presented the preliminary budget to the Board of Education. The purpose of last month's presentation was to get the preliminary approval of the board to send over to the County Department of Education for the County Department of Education to review the budget and ultimately approve the budget as far as statute and as far as regulations go. From that point, we received the approval from the county, and we continued to talk as a board or as committees and arrived at our final budget, and this is a presentation of the final budget. Like I said, last month, the guidelines, what drives our mindset throughout the creation of the budget are the following items: to continue to improve the quality of our educational programs, and we'll speak in more detail about that throughout the presentation. To continue to improve our student outcomes, which aligns greatly with our strategic plan. Continue to provide professional development opportunities to increase teacher expertise and efficacy. Continue to support the social, emotional, and mental health of the Spartan learning community. We'll talk more about that. Create a fiscally responsible budget while attaining our objectives, trying to find the proper balance of funding for our budget, but and being responsible to the taxpayer, but at the same time, trying to achieve our objectives in the best interest of our students and our school community. And to continue to fund the programs that we currently have, ensuring for the future of future educational needs and potential changes in state law and mandates. Just to recap the budget process, the budget process starts way back in late fall, early winter, when administration engages staff to ascertain and justify the resource needs. From that point, there are multiple meetings with the Director of Buildings and Grounds, the IT department, the administrative team, and as well as the Board of Ed committees. We talk about budget needs through all of the budget committees. The Board of Ed committees, actually. Administration then revisits staff, scheduling, class sizes, and programming goals to determine our staffing, because staffing is the largest percentage of our budget. And from that point, the preliminary budget gets presented, which I talked about from last month, and gets approved by the Board of Education, then approved by the county DOE, which I said took place. And then tonight is ultimate approval by the Board of Education. The highlights of this budget were presented last month as well. All programs within our district have been maintained in this budget. There's no cutting of programs. This budget includes a 2% tax levy. This budget includes an increase in staffing, which we'll talk about in more detail. And this budget includes capital projects, which we'll talk about in more detail. And I will turn it over to Mrs. Rossi to talk about the curriculum, instruction, and technology portion of the budget.
Good evening. There are a few things I want to share briefly. Is that I feel really fortunate to be able to share these things with you, knowing that we have several sources of funding flowing from different locations. So of course we have our title grants, we have our ESSER funding, which really help us to maximize and enhance supports and programs for our students. And then we're extremely fortunate that in these difficult times when other districts are facing tremendous budget cuts, that we're not only fortunate enough to maintain our programming, but we're fortunate to expand to meet the needs of our continued growing population. So there are three main things driving our curriculum, instruction, and technology portion of the budget. The first is highly effective programming for all students. And so you can see that in our adoption of our elementary math program that will span K-5. It will be an adoption of the next version called Envision 2020. Our current subscription expires, and that gave us a chance to really look at highly ranked programs and judge them based on effective criteria. We feel this program allows us to continue with our best practices and the patterns we've been exploring, while also meeting and aligning to the standards in a highly effective manner. We also are responding to our growing enrollment. So there are some things you'll see on this budget, which include the expansion of our preschool program, in addition to a second grade teacher. where we are finding an enrollment bubble that has developed in our current first grade. And so we feel and we know the importance of class size, and to address that class size and see a reduction, we will respond by putting another second grade teacher in place next year. Along with enrollment, we are looking at adding another full-time guidance counselor to Alpine Elementary School. We obviously know that there's a growing need based on the impact of COVID. We see growing social, emotional, and behavioral needs, and we also know that based on recommended ratio, it's important that we have supports for students in a school nearing or exceeding, at this point, I don't know the exact numbers, almost 700 students. In addition to that, we are looking at some innovative things, which is exciting. So in the last strategic plan and in the current strategic plan, we were looking at the addition of an instructional coach. We don't have that in the district yet, but a lot of high-performing districts do. And this coach currently will be moved into third grade, and their role is to support teachers and build programming. The reason for placing the coach in the third grade is because nationally and locally, we see our current second grade students, obviously this is the first year of a normal education that they've had. And so we want to respond and ensure that their needs are supported and that we can address any gaps that are existing due to our current circumstances. And the last thing is looking at increased behavioral support staff. So those are some things that we're doing in the middle school, and we already have some supports in place through our ESSER grants, but that will continue to be a place where we're going to be focusing funds to be able to support teachers and, of course, our students at the end of the day. I missed the intervention teacher. And so at Helen Morgan School, we are going to be adding a math intervention teacher, and that will sort of balance out our supports so that we have pretty much one intervention teacher per grade level, which when your class sizes per grade level exceed 200, that's a nice ratio of teachers to be able to support probably our increased need at this time, but definitely even in normal circumstances, that's an important position. And then lastly, we have technology plans, and those technology plans will allow us to increase effective management of devices. We'll be able to push out relevant updates and upgrades, and also optimize security functions. So some of the things you see there are tools that will help us do, enhance that management, in addition to our antivirus protection, which was something that was noted in our last cybersecurity audit, and that will be in addition to an upgrade to our systems. So those are some of the curriculum, instruction, and technology components that you'll see in this budget.
Thank you, Mrs. Rossi. As Mrs. Rossi noted, the addition of staff is coming from what we have examined through data and through the strategic plan and feedback from our staff and from our administration. So all of the staff obviously are necessary, we feel, to add to include in this budget. Over on the facilities and infrastructure side, what's included in this budget for capital projects, I know it's very small. This will be posted on the website tomorrow, but I'll walk you through the planned capital projects where we try to find a balance between the buildings of what we're doing based on need and balance. Security upgrades at all 5 schools, removing the asbestos insulation at Mohawk Ave, paving for expanding additional parking at Mohawk Ave, finishing a flooring project at Mohawk Avenue School, the faculty bathroom project at Alpine School, which includes gender-neutral ADA-compliant bathroom in the existing women's facility, creating a storage area for custodial and school supplies, and renovating the existing storage area to create a multi-use women's facility. All that is included in that same project. Mill and topping the asphalt at Helen Morgan School, paving the lower lot at the middle school. The upper lot was done last year. MRC renovation, which would include renovations to expand our very successful Align program. Paving the roadway to the track to make sure that it is accessible from the football field to the track, to make sure it is accessible for wheelchairs to go down the path. An emergency generator here at the high school, which I spoke about last month as well. This is deemed a shelter, the high school, and it's a shelter without a generator, so it needs a generator. And a fiber camera project for the maintenance bus yard. That includes running fiber from this campus down to our transportation yard so that we can run security cameras down there and also create office space down there for our transportation coordinators. Those are the capital projects. And then diving into the numbers, which were presented last month as well, you can see what our total state aid is in this budget and how it is broken down. I won't reread it to you, but it's important to note that the state aid that we received this year is less than we received last year. There was a cut in state aid, which is affecting many school districts. The loss of state aid from this year compared to last year, the difference is $354,197 that we had to make up for within the budget. And when you're looking at a budget, it needs to be balanced, and there are two sides to the budget. There is the revenue side and there is the appropriation side. So to break down the revenue side, you can see for the 22-23 budget where our revenue is coming from. That's the middle column with the numbers. You can compare it to last year's numbers, and then on the right-hand column, you can compare it to, you can see the percentage change. And these are the same numbers, but just broken down to show in a pie chart to make it a little more visually appealing where our revenues come from. And you can see the bulk of the revenues is the local tax levy, but you can see those percentages, and you can see it just to give a different visual in a pie chart. And from the revenue side to the expenditure side, you can see the money that is outgoing, the money that is spent. And it's the same setup. You can see with the money that was spent last year in these categories: salaries, employee benefits, facilities, transportation, regular instruction, and special education instruction. You can see what the plan is to spend this year, and you can see the percentage change in that as well. And again, same numbers, just showing it to you in a pie chart, so again, a little more visually appealing. And lastly, I mentioned it before in the budget highlights, but this is just demonstrating exactly what how we arrived at a 2% tax levy, what those numbers mean. It increases our total tax, the total money we have coming in from taxes by $1,221,215. That's a 2% increase on last year's levy. And what does that mean for the average home? The average home in Sparta Township was assessed at $370,500, and with that 2% increase, the average home at the $370 and change would see a tax increase of $205.15 per year, or $17.10 per month. Again, that's on the average home. And at that point, I will turn over any questions to the Board of Education.
I have two questions, Dr.
Yeah.
Beck.
Mm-hmm.
Our loss of state aid is expected to continue for another 2 years before leveling off. And I was just curious if you could elaborate on what you think our state aid will be decreased to once leveled off, and what we're planning as a district to be able to accommodate that with rising costs such as transportation, benefits, et cetera.
Yeah, so Ron and I were talking about that just this afternoon, actually. The state aid, as you mentioned, will continue to decrease, will continue to face cuts for another 2 budgets. And at that point, it will plane off. So what does that plane off at? That's very hard to predict. We tried to run numbers today, and very hard to actually predict until you see actual numbers from the state. But we can expect similar loss in state aid that you saw this year, maybe hopefully a little less. Actually, we're hoping that the percentage is going to decrease of what we're losing, and then hopefully that'll plane off. But you're probably looking at another year of about $300,000 next year, and then maybe hopefully a little less than that the year after.
Oh. And then also I noticed going through the budget that we were able to achieve significant savings in our health benefits costs with some self-funding options.
Mm-hmm.
How long can we anticipate seeing this level of savings in the years ahead, given our good ratings?
Yeah, so when we're looking at, when we're working with our insurance broker, they are actually analyzing the numbers. So they were able to give us predicted numbers based on our past without using the broker. And to be able to answer that, I think we saw the most savings that we're going to see was probably this one time. And they're going to analyze our numbers and how much is actually being spent on insurance, on payouts, and they'll continue to analyze and they'll continue to adjust accordingly. But I think, to answer your question, the biggest savings that we saw already took place.
Thank you.
Dr. Beck, I have two questions.
Yeah.
If you could just flip back
Uh-huh.
to, just to make it easy on everybody. I think it's slide 5. It's the district goals included in this budget. Right, back,
Oh.
you're right there.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm sorry. yeah.
Okay, so on the left-hand side, you've got several staff members being added. When would you expect to post for the additional staff
Yeah.
that's listed?
With the board's approval this evening, we would expect to post almost immediately. We could post as anticipated for next school year.
Okay, fantastic.
Oh, and I would like to promote, thank you, Mrs. Rossi, would like to promote that we are bringing back the job fair here in Sparta.
that's great.
So on Saturday, May
May something?
14th, thank you. Saturday, May 14th, we're having a job fair, which is going to promote all of these. There's already people signing up for them. It's already been promoted. We are going to, these are already advertised in there as anticipated. We're going to do some mass interviews, and also for our regular positions that we're always looking to fill, bus drivers, aides, substitute teachers, and that sort of thing. So, short answer to your question, we're going to post as soon as possible with approval tonight. That's saying that you guys are okay with these in the budget, so we'll post as soon as possible, and we do hope that the job fair will help with that.
That's fantastic. That's great that you're bringing it back. Thank you for doing that. And then on the right-hand column, under facilities and infrastructure, same general question, when do you expect to get started on all of these projects?
As soon as school closes.
June 22nd?
Yeah, as soon as school closes and we're able to get to these projects, but we can't actually spend money on these projects until July 1st anyway.
Gotcha.
But the process, that we'll get the ball rolling as soon as possible, but we wouldn't break ground, so to speak, on any of these projects. Yeah, we're starting to meet with the architects. Again, once this budget's approved and we know what's in the budget that has been approved, we'll start meeting with the architects and starting that process as soon as possible. And all of these projects will take place over the summer.
Okay, great. And the next, my final point is really more of a comment than a question. And the Finance and Ops Committee discussed also the opportunity to install bathrooms at the turf field at Castles Field. And I just want to inform the board about the conversation. So, you know, one of the inquiries was, could we pursue, since bathrooms were being discussed, what about finishing the turf field project, which included building out bathrooms and also a snack shack, like it was part of the original architectural drawings. And I had been told that both of those structures had been wired to do so, and there would be a lot less money when we did decide to go forward to actually build them out. And so I had asked Dr. Beck and Mr. Smith to just give us a ballpark on what would that be if we, as a board, decided to pursue that as an option. And it turns out that those two structures were not, in fact, wired or plumbed like I had been told. So they will be costing a lot more money than I had expected. You know, so instead of, I don't know, $250,000, it's going to be whatever the architect tells us. So I just want everyone to know that that is something that the committee did discuss, and it's just not, you know, it wasn't the right time at this point. But, you know, I would very much like to not, you know, have the Porta-Johns also at the turf field.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, based on what you're saying, Kim, 100%, that's what we discussed, and the cost is significantly more than $250,000, but we will get workups from the architect to get an actual idea of what that would cost.
Right, and I just want to thank you and Mr. Smith and everybody involved in putting the budget together. It's a lot of work, And, just thank you all for your efforts in this regard.
Absolutely.
I'm glad to see that the Alpine project for the bathrooms has remained on the budget.
Absolutely. It's needed.
Peanut gallery over there.
Good, thank you, guys. Next, we're going to move on to section 4.2, which is the public participation for the budget hearing. As you come up to speak, please state your name and address for the record. Each participant will receive 3 minutes to speak. We will keep a timer up here. And please, these comments during this participation must pertain to the budget. Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, Jenny Derricks, Tappan to Sparta. I just have a few questions.
Hi, Ms. Derricks.
Hi. Can you tell me the number of students and the change, the delta from last year?
In the user-friendly budget, you will see, once this budget is approved, we have 48 hours to post the user-friendly budget. There was not a large increase.
No, it wasn't a large increase.
Like, I won't say an exact number, but it wasn't even 20
It
students.
was 3201 on the user-friendly budget?
And after, while you're looking that up, after this question, we'll respond at the end, just so it doesn't cut into your 3 minutes. We're trying to manage it, but if you don't mind, we'll just, we'll answer at the end after.
Sure. So
Dr. Beck's done.
Yeah.
I didn't understand. Is the answer slightly increased?
Yes, slightly increased.
And that number you said will be in the user-friendly budget?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes. Projected.
It'll be put up 48 hours after we approve this budget, within 48 hours.
Does the added preschool teacher mean that you're going to have additional preschool sections? What are the security updates at each one of the schools? You said about $190,000 for security in each of the 5 schools. And
Where is he?
the revenue, the transportation aid, extraordinary aid, special aid, and so forth, is any of that money the pass-through money, or is all that money staying in Sparta?
It stays in Sparta. It's our money from the state.
I think that's it for now.
Okay, thank you, Jenny.
Thank you.
I missed
At the end.
Oh, at the end, we'll do it? Okay. If there's any more.
At the very end?
Yes.
Hello, Jennifer Grana, 22 Longview Road.
Hi, Ms. Grana.
Hi, my question is about the expansion of preschool also, and I'm sorry if it's similar to Ms. Derricks because I missed the first part, but I just was hoping you could kind of elaborate on that based on space and staff. I know there's staff being added according to the budget, but when you get to the questions, just is there enough space at Alpine? Will there be room for these extra staff and students, and how expansive are you expected to, how many more students are you expected to accommodate, considering that you also have to account for students that qualify automatically for preschool based on special needs and stuff like that? So that was my question.
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else? Motion to close public participation. Oops, sorry.
Sorry. I saw that there was, and the slide went by so quickly, I don't know if my number is accurate, but 69% coming out of, there was a 69% number associated with fund balance, so you're using 69% of the, how does that work? The existing fund balance, are you buying down current surplus? Could you just explain that number a little bit more, or maybe I saw it wrong, but it flashed by so quickly.
Want me to answer it now, when you're ready?
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Can I have a motion to close the public participation, please?
Motion.
Neve, thank you. Second?
Second.
Vanessa? Thank you. Discussion?
Craig, could you
Roll.
just clarify, will the questions be answered at the very end of the meeting or at the end of this?
We're gonna answer, they'll be
Okay,
answered right now.
okay.
It's just at the end of
Okay.
public participation, yep.
Thank
Sorry, I didn't get to it. I didn't get to it before Dr. Beck started answering the questions.
My fault.
Too quick. Roll call, please, Mr. Smith.
Ms. Bragg?
I'm sorry, I thought we were going to answer the questions of the people who asked Mrs. Derrick's.
This is just a motion to close the public participation.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can do it by
Yes,
acclamation.
yes.
You can do it
I
by
thought we
I can
did
do-
it all
okay,
in favor.
Okay.
Do we-
All in favor?
Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, now I'll answer. Regarding the new pre-K, as we know, the space at Alpine is limited. We have one definite pre-K class being added next year, and that is largely due to our special education pre-K population increasing. So we have found space by moving some things around, or classrooms around in Alpine to create this classroom. And that staff member, that additional staff member, will actually come from a staff member that already exists in the budget, just going to be moved within, the assignment will be changed for that teacher. So as far as staffing goes for that position, there's no additional funding in the budget for that required, because we're just going to reallocate a current teacher's responsibilities. Not pre-K. No.
We had it in there, I think it's slide 5. It says expansion of preschool program, because with the moving of that staff member, it will still require like resources, furniture, materials to make sure that that class can function.
Yes.
So on slide 5, you'll see it's like the 5th bullet down or so.
Yeah,
It doesn't say one additional staff member.
It's
it just
not
says
listed as
expansion.
the FTEs as
Because
we
we'll
listed the
need
others.
additional resources. Yeah, that's okay.
I believe that addresses the pre-K question from Jenny and from Ms. Grana, I hope. If not, follow up with me, shoot me an email tomorrow. The security upgrades, that number is spread throughout the 5 buildings and largely includes expansion or completion of our camera projects and additional swipe card access. Mr. Smith, if there's any more than that in the
that's it.
security, that's about the size of that. The pass-through that Ms. Derrick's inquired about, that stays in Sparta, in our budget. And I'll let Mr. Smith explain the change in fund balance.
Yes, by law, the Board of Education is allowed to keep up to 2% of its budget for surplus for unexpected emergencies and so forth. Anything beyond the 2% has to be returned to the taxpayers for tax relief. And so we have the $750,000 beyond the 2%, and that's added in as a revenue. And so in effect, that lowered the tax levy by $750,000.
Okay. I believe that addresses the questions that were asked. Again, if you have any more questions, shoot me an email tomorrow, I'll get back to you.
Okay, moving on to section 4.3, resolved that the Board of Education hereby adopts the following budget for the 2022-2023 school year. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Neve, thank you. Second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Vanessa. Discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Smith?
Mrs. Bragg,
Yes.
Ms. Collier,
Yes.
Ms. Grano,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
No.
Ms. Sealander,
Yes.
Dr. Serrano,
Yes.
Mr. Paleski.
Yes.
Motion passes.
We're going to move on to section 6, student representatives report. Do we have any student representatives here tonight?
We do. Mr. Burns, as usual, and joining him will be Matt Hannum.
Hi, my name is Joe Burns. I'm the executive treasurer. So to start off with a couple of fundraisers that are going on with the juniors, they're doing a Sparta Dairy Dine to Donate fundraiser. It's happening the next couple of weeks. And they're also going to be doing a powder puff game. So that's basically going to be where girls in the both the junior and senior class grades can play basically a flag football game that will be coached by boys in both of those games. And it will be happening on the first Friday in June on Cassell Field. And then for the sophomores, they're doing a trivia night, and they're also will be doing a Hershey Bar fundraiser.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Bomahanum. I'm also a member of the Senior Student Council, and we just wanted to give an update on the senior prom. We have met with our DJ, that is Mr. Villegas. It's going to be located, you may know, at Perona Farms, just like the junior prom tomorrow. It's going to be located at Perona Farms. And we will be selling tickets the 24th through the 26th of May. And lastly, for the next meeting, you should expect all of the senior student council members to attend. That's it.
Great, thank you guys very much. Moving on to section 7, approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Kurt, thank you. Second?
Second.
Lauren, thank you. Discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Smith.
Ms. Bragg?
Yes.
Ms. Kyer?
Yes.
Ms. Granum?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Ms. Seelander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Mr. Pleshy?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can we just back up? I apologize, I should have abstained, and, is that okay, Mr. Zittimer?
Yes, just reflect that in the minutes, please, Mr. Smith.
Thank
She
you very much.
abstained because she wasn't here.
I apologize, yes, abstain.
Thank you. Moving on to section 8, superintendent's report. Dr. Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Paleshi. Thank you again to the student representatives. Just to hear them talk about what's happening at the end of the school year is very refreshing. I'm sure everybody would agree to see things return to normal, having our junior prom being planned, actually taking place tomorrow night. I'll be at the junior prom tomorrow night, and the senior prom also being planned. I think that's great that we're able to bring the proms back. Moving on to my superintendent report. The chess club. The following students represented Sparta at the National Scholastic Chess Championship in Memphis, Tennessee on April 7th through 11th. From Sparta High School, Griffin Brower, Chloe Brower, Sarika Selvaraj, Brendan Wick, Rowan Mendel, Ayush Iyer, and Vaden Pollard. And from Sparta Middle School, Anish Iyer and Ahmad Panjwani. So congratulations to those students and their success with the chess club. I had the opportunity to play chess with the chess club over the summer, and that did not go too well for me. But it's always fun to play chess. You'll see on tonight's agenda, the up for recommendation is the contracted days with a communications consultant. The communications consultant will work with administration and staff to perform a communications audit and subsequent district communications plan. Communications is a key component of the district strategic plan, as we've presented multiple times, and the audit and plan were specific goals presented as part of the district level strategic plan, action plan. The Sparta Middle School student versus faculty basketball game, I wanted to highlight that. On March 30th, the Sparta Middle School community had the opportunity to welcome back their annual students versus faculty basketball game. Up until this year, the faculty has been undefeated in that game, and this year the 8th grade students played an unbelievable basketball game and beat the staff pretty bad by over 25 points. Once again, I participated in that and did not fare too well. So, while I had the dubious honor of being a member of the first losing faculty team, I can proudly say that the moment that the final buzzer went off and the student section stormed the court was worth the subsequent week of sore legs. Anybody that was there would absolutely agree. don't think I've ever heard a gym that loud when that final buzzer went, and the students stormed the court, and it was really an awesome moment, even though we got rocked. But all of our students have been through so much over the past few years, and to witness that moment and to see the pure joy and celebration was certainly a rewarding experience. Facilities updates. The Station Park Path and Lights. I know I'll steal a little bit of Mr. Morris's thunder when he does his liaison report. But also on this evening's agenda, recommended for approval is the installation of a lighted pathway that runs from Station Park through the back of the Sparta High School campus to the parking lot, right next to the tennis courts. As Mr. Morris has spoken over the course of the last few meetings, this project has been a great collaboration between the Sparta Township Council and the Sparta Board of Education Liaison Committee. The electric has been run and the footings for the light poles have been poured. Those were actually poured today. I went outside today with Dr. Lazara and we checked those out. As soon as the lights come in, they will be installed. They're thinking that might not be for another month that the light poles will come in and then get installed. But in the meantime, they're going to resurface that pathway, so they're not going to lose any time there. But hopefully by the end of May, early June, that pathway will be complete. And it's going to be really nice. And they cleared out, the township cleared out a lot on the Station Park side, the trees, and really cleaned it up. So if you have a chance, check that out. Update on the ADA ramps. The ADA entry ramps have been completed at Mohawk Avenue School, and it has also been completed at the Helen Morgan School. And Sparta Middle School's project is underway and will be completed in the coming weeks. That's the exterior ADA ramps. The interior wheelchair lift projects, which I updated a couple of months ago, is still on track for the same timeline. The Sparta High School Orchestra Pit wheelchair lift project is actually underway, and the Helen Morgan interior stairway project will begin very soon. And the projects are still on pace to be completed in mid-May, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Lastly, I would like to highlight the National Honor Society induction. On April 7th, Sparta High School inducted 74 new members into the Sparta High School National Honor Society. The ceremony was very nice, and there was a pretty cool moment in that ceremony where the power went out, and without hesitation, Dr. Lazara and the parents responded by turning on their cell phone flashlights, and we didn't miss a beat throughout that ceremony, continue on with the ceremony until the power was restored. So that was a pretty cool moment, and congratulations to all of our 74 National Honor Society inductees. That's it for my portion of the report. I would like to turn it over to Mrs. Rossi for some brief comments on her end.
Sure. I just wanted to take a minute to speak about two different things. The first is in regard to the new health and phys ed standards that are due to be implemented in September 2022. I wanted to thank Mrs. Derricks for helping us communicate where we are in the process by writing an article and sharing that with the community. To give you some feedback, we are currently working on the development of the K-12 health and PE curriculum. The bulk of that writing will be done in the months of May and June. We know that this is something that's on the minds of some different community members and actually the state at large. And we want you to know that when we're writing curriculum and when we're working through implementation of anything, it is our children that are and the decisions that we make regarding your children that are our top priority. So when we're designing things like this, these experiences are designed appropriately, reasonably, and in the best means suited for our students. We will host a parent session in June to give some information on the development and where we are in the process. We will also host a parent session in September as we enter the school year to provide all the specifics again so that everybody's made aware. We feel that transparency is of the utmost importance, so we will be happy to share details regarding exactly how we plan and develop this program. We will also have, just like all of our other curriculum, it will be posted on our website. We are working with an enhanced curriculum platform, so it will be actually easier to find information that you're looking for all curricula. Some of the misconceptions that are out there is the notion that there is a state curriculum and they make districts utilize that state curriculum. That's not accurate. There are state standards, so for every curricula, there are a designed set of standards that the state puts out, but it is then up to each school district to develop a local curriculum to determine how these standards are implemented, how they're clustered, the timelines, and the resources that will be utilized. So there are a lot of decisions that are left up to us as a district and our professional experts to make determinations about how to proceed in this way. In that vein, your feedback is important. So I've received emails, phone calls. I encourage you to continue to do that as we put information out there. If you have ideas or suggestions or questions, please connect with us. This is a new curriculum, but it actually contains, the majority of the standards are not new, so it contains updates to many of the standards that currently have existed for us. We have received training to ensure that as we navigate and understand and interpret the standards, and then of course also implement them, that we are all coming from a common understanding of the best methods, best practices, and a common approach. And lastly, just a reminder that there always has been, there will continue to be an opt-out portion of the family life unit, so that continues to be an option for parents to make decisions about what they feel is best for their students in that regard. Another thing I want to share with you is the work that we're doing with the University of St. Elizabeth. They're continuing to support our work with school and district climate and culture. That work includes the implementation of social emotional learning and also diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. Their work with us will be over the course of 3 years through something called a SCAPE partnership. And that SCAPE partnership is a school climate assessment and implementation plan. They were due and scheduled to be here tonight to give some information on what their collaboration and partnership looks like, but due to a scheduling conflict, that will be moved to June. So they will be here in June to talk about that process and their plans. That's all.
Great, thank you, guys. Moving on to section 11, the HIP report. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Kurt, thank you. Second?
Second.
Who's that?
Me.
Wendy, thank you. Discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Smith.
Ms. Bragg?
Yes.
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Ms. Grano?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yeah.
Ms. Seelander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Mr. Palacio?
Yes. Moving on to section 13, delegate liaison reports.
I'd be happy to kick it off. Patrick and I attended the Garden State Coalition of Schools meeting in March, and then there was actually one yesterday. They both just fell between the meetings. In March, after our meeting, there were special guests George Scott and Maureen Brogan of the Traumatic Loss Coalition, which is part of Rutgers Behavioral Health. Many of you are familiar with them. They're an excellent organization, and they've been involved since 2000 with providing support to communities affected by traumatic events, including homicide, illness, and suicide. But most importantly, with COVID, they really harnessed their skills to start looking at the disconnectedness specifically that our students are dealing with, and especially what we're seeing in middle school and high schoolers, what the time apart really meant, what do they feel a part of, just going through some of these questions from the perspective of both a parent and clinicians as well as schools. They also made a point of providing the resource that we may want to consider for our own staff in terms of providing PD for the educators. So that was a nice inclusion where it's not just about students, but also considering the effect of COVID on our own staff. So that was a good consideration. Superintendents had shared some of their success with that program and ensuring that people are not self-medicating themselves through their recovery moving forward. So it was a very sobering conversation, but really helpful in terms of moving forward. And then yesterday we heard from some of our newest assembly members in the state of New Jersey. So Assemblywoman Jaffer, Democrat from District 16, Assemblyman Umba, Republican from District 8, and Assemblywoman Michelle, I'm going to say it wrong, I'm sorry, Mascadotis Democrat from District 21. All three really shared a huge emphasis on education. It was encouraging to hear that they're very supportive of moving forward the S2 funding formula task force to hopefully help us to recover some funds. I know it's not the most exciting thing to talk about, but it was encouraging to hear that these new members are very active and want to be seen as allies to the public school community. Finally, I'm sorry I'm talking a lot. Yes, last night we had a really nice discussion with the C3 committee. They led a parent chat. It was a really nice group of parents, educators, clinicians. I want to thank Dr. Esposito and our clinicians, as well as Lauren Rossi for helping to lead that discussion. It was very, they presented some really great strategies, and parents were able to submit questions about just their social emotional awareness of their children and how we can help children from all ages of the district in terms of being able to self-regulate and have emotional awareness and bring them through this time. So it was a really great discussion. We hope to see more of them and more parents involved going forward.
Great, thank you. Anyone else?
I just have one quick reminder, Craig. The SEF Dragon Boat fundraiser is coming up on May 22nd. There's still time to donate, volunteer, and/or participate.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Just to share more on the shared services, to touch on what Matt was saying, after that project's done, we're going to move forward and attempt to assist with, the town's going to assist with paving the path from the football parking lot down to the track. Estimates are being done, and so hopefully that's the next project. Be a good money saver for the district.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, moving on to section 14, public comment number 1, which is for action items only. Public comments are invited on matters pertaining to action items at this action items only at this time. Please state the action item number, as well as your name, municipality, and group affiliation if appropriate for the record. Each participant will receive 3 minutes to speak. There will be a countdown timer, and you will be notified when there is 1 minute remaining, and then again when the time is up at the end of 3 minutes. Speakers may not cede their time to others. The board uses the public comment period as an opportunity to listen to citizen concerns, but not all issues brought to a board meeting will be resolved this evening. Rather, the board will, in appropriate cases, delegate the authority to investigate the matter to the superintendent or his designee. The board does not endorse your comments, nor will the board be held liable for comments you make about a staff member or other person which they may consider defamatory and/or slanderous, as that individual retains all rights to pursue any legal remedies against you. This public session is designed for members of the public to speak on issues for board consideration. By law, the Board of Education is under no obligation to respond to public comment. Issues raised by members of the public may or may not be responded to by the board at the conclusion of public participation. The portion of the meeting is meant to hear public comment, not to have a dialogue between the board and the person speaking. The board asks that members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking and do not disrupt the meeting, or you may be asked to leave. All statements should be directed to me as the presiding officer, and no one may address board members individually.
Can I start?
Go ahead.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kavya Kamath. I'm a student at Sparta. I live in Sparta. I think that covers it out.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I'm talking about action item 15.8, renewal of staff members and granting of tenure for the 2022-2023 school year. And for the renewals, I was looking at the list, and a bunch of the teachers I could go on and on and on about. There are some wonderful teachers in this district. But I think personally that some of the supervisors don't get enough attention. So I just wanted to speak about the qualities of 3 who have undoubtedly changed my experience at Sparta High School for the better, and who I express infinite gratitude towards, and who I can't wait to, I'm excited for their renewal. Like, I can't wait to see what they keep doing for this district. So the first is Dr. Jane Esposito. Her attention to mental health, especially in COVID, was something that really touched my heart, because I think that shows I think it showed a real consideration for what students were going through, especially with the change that COVID brought to routines and stability. The second is Mr. Scott Kircher, who I've worked on various projects with him, and given my race and sexuality, he's one of the reasons I feel so safe and secure in my classrooms and in this district, and I'm really grateful towards him. And the third is Mr. Brent Rivers, he's actually the teacher I nominated for my top 10 dinner, so I think that says enough. But on top of that, having him as a teacher has improved the quality of my writing, the complexity of my thought, and the caliber of my personhood. I owe a lot to him. And even though I'm a senior and I'm on my way out, I'm very grateful to these individuals, and I really can't wait to see how they continue to enrich our community and district. That's it. Thank you so much.
That's great, thank you.
Hello. Jennifer Grana, 22 Longview Road.
Hi, Ms. Grana.
Hi. On behalf of Laura Mead, sixth grade social studies teacher, 15.8 on personnel renewals.
Thank you.
Sixth grade social studies teacher at Sparta Middle School. Scott Kircher has been the first supervisor that I have ever had that honestly does what is right, not only for the district and teachers, but also for our children and community. He has repeatedly shown that he genuinely cares about the Sparta community. He started and organized the Sparta Diversity Council. He works with community members and businesses to improve Sparta, as shown with the Accessible Icon Painting Project. He not only works with our students, he listens to them. About a month ago, one of my former students, who is now in the high school, said that Mr. Kircher is one of the few adults in the district that has truly listened to her, and he has also helped with the needs of all of our students. Scott has brought the Kane University Post-Baccalaureate Certificate on Teaching the Holocaust and Prejudice Reduction to Sparta schools, offering the 4-course certification for free through Kane University, which is taught right here in Sparta for our teachers. Scott is constantly looking for ways to improve our district. As my supervisor, Scott Kircher has shown true professionalism throughout his time in Sparta. As I said in the beginning, I've never had a supervisor who really wants to help and do what is right for everyone involved. Scott is one of the most hardworking individuals I have ever known. Not only has he accomplished all that I mentioned, he is the supervisor for social studies K through 12, ELL K through 12, and world language K through 12. During this past year, when teachers and subs were hard to find, Scott stepped up to help while stepping into a classroom to take over a Spanish teacher while still supervising social studies ELL and world language K through 12. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Scott does so much more for this district than anyone knows. He is constantly working to make improvements in our community, districts, and classrooms. Our district is so much better because Scott has worked tirelessly with Sparta's interests at heart. Sparta is so lucky to have Scott Kircher in our district, and to lose him will be a great loss for our district, community, and most importantly, our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angie Hawthorne, Sparta, New Jersey.
Hi, Ms. Hawthorne.
I'm going to speak on 15.8 as well. Mr. Kircher is a gem. He's one of a kind. He doesn't live in our district. His children don't go here. But he gives every ounce of his being, every moment of his spare time to help our district. He volunteers for committees, the Diversity Council. He spends his time listening to parents, listening to students. As a supervisor, he could sit in an office and give directives and work on curriculum, but he chooses to spend his time being effective in other ways and in a meaningful way in our district and for our children. He's done projects that have brought a lot of joy to our children. He found a tree for Helen Morgan last year as just one that sticks out in my mind, a historic tree from Sparta. But that just goes to show how much he cares, right? He goes above and beyond every day. He did an awesome project this year for Black History Month, which was not featured, unfortunately, here. But there's a webpage dedicated to it. He had students collaborate from the high school and the Helen Morgan School, which is, I'm sure, a big undertaking, but he did that, and he made it meaningful, and the children enjoyed it. My son came home asking questions and full of joy because of something that somebody outside of his classroom decided to do. This is somebody that we should not lose. This is somebody that we should fight to keep. This is somebody who I was glad to see as a renewal. So I'm a little confused as to why there would be any question. So if that doesn't happen, I would like to know why. And I think we all deserve to know why, especially him, because he's so dedicated to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawthorne.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Albuquerque. I'm going to speak on section 15.8,
Hi, Ms. Albuquerque.
15040 Andover Road. Mr. Scott Kircher has all the qualities of an excellent educator. He is a strong communicator. He listens to all students. He is able to engage and adapt. Mr. Kircher has been able to adapt to various challenges in our schools these past few years. He shows sympathy for all students, and particularly for minority students. Mr. Kircher has been instrumental in providing guidance and support to the club We Are the Dream, which my daughter runs in the high school. This club was initially created to support students facing discrimination, and now has expanded to increase racism awareness and promote inclusion in all of the schools. Mr. Kircher understands the effects of racism and bullying, and he's actively collaborating with students and other school professionals to enforce the rights of equality and to teach respect for differences through various projects. Mr. Kircher is the main leader in our district working towards inclusion, which will ultimately teach kindness, maximize academic performance, improve leadership skills, self-esteem, and psychological well-being for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Albuquerque.
Yeah, same 15-8. My name is Serge Vessels. I've been a teacher for many years and a staff member at Sparta High School for a decade and a half.
Sir, can you just repeat your name for me, please?
Serge Vessels.
Thank you.
I am here to say thank you for the approval of granting tenure to our excellent younger colleagues, and specifically our colleagues in our world language department and our supervisor. A great strength in our department is our cohesion, and in a time where it is so difficult to find and keep qualified educators, your decision to keep my colleagues makes me very happy. Why? This is not only a professional issue, but it is personal to me. Let me explain. I want to stress one aspect that Mr. Kircher presented to you on a previous BOE meeting. New Jersey and Sparta pioneered the introduction of the seal of biliteracy for our students. This qualification is now recognized nationwide and enables the children of Sparta, our world language students, to show that they have a special differentiating factor on the job market. I would not be here, and me and my family would not have become US citizens if I would not have been able to show to the immigration services that because of my language's knowledge, I am highly qualified. It was literally a life changer and gave me new opportunities. Making it possible for our students to pass the seal is a teamwork, and consistency in staff and leadership is essential. What we do as teachers in the classroom is one thing, but I have witnessed our supervisor, Mr. Kircher's dedication to help our students take and retake, if necessary, the part of the exam they missed to ensure they would have a chance to pass. As originally a non-foreign language teacher, Mr. Kircher realized how important this qualification is for our students. How Mr. Kircher supported our students and our department is one of the reasons why I am grateful that he joined us, and I am looking forward to continue to work with him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael McGovern, 35 Crows Lane, Sparta.
Hi, Mr. McGovern.
I'm here to talk about item 15.8. I'm here to strongly object to granting tenure to Scott Kircher. In early 2020, in one of the last normal social events before the pandemic, dozens of our students, including our 16-year-old daughter, attended Model UN in Boston, for which Mr. Kircher was the lead chaperone. What should have been an educational and fun trip turned into a nightmare for the kids and parents, and Mr. Kircher played a key role. On the last night of the conference, there was a dinner dance for the kids held on the host property. Mr. Kircher and the other chaperones shirked their obligation to safeguard our children and left to have dinner elsewhere in Boston. During their absence, our daughter and several other children were physically and sexually assaulted at this dance. One child required on-site medical attention. Mr. Kircher didn't intervene because Mr. Kircher didn't know. Mr. Kircher failed to uphold his fundamental responsibility to protect our children, including our daughter, because he was not chaperoning. When he returned from his night out, he found our children being interviewed by hotel security and Boston police about the assaults. Were parents consulted before police spoke with their kids? No. In fact, Mr. Kircher instructed the children to not call their parents. No one called parents. Girls were violently groped and assaulted and traumatized while Mr. Kircher was out to dinner. Mr. Kircher asked for secrecy from minors under his care. Early the next morning, our daughter called us. She felt bad calling because Mr. Kircher told the kids to not call. In fact, no one from Sparta schools ever proactively called us. I called our then superintendent, incensed by what had happened. My call to him was the first he had heard of the assaults the night before. Mr. Kircher didn't even tell his own boss that students were assaulted and the police were involved and the kids were hurt. Mr. Kircher returned my call 4 hours later. He admitted to being off the property and asking the children to not call because, quote, it was the middle of the night and, quote, what could you do? What happened to Mr. Kircher? Nothing. To our daughter? Fear, anxiety, therapy, distrust. No apology was ever made. Mr. Kircher should have been terminated that day. He doesn't deserve tenure. He should not be allowed to remain in a position of authority or to supervise anyone, including children. It's your responsibility as a board to do the right thing. Dr. Beck knows this. He still supports this man for tenure. Do the right thing. Vote no for tenure for Scott Turcher.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern.
Hattie McGovern, 35 Crows Lane. Obviously, I don't want to be here. I think it's clear to all of you I don't want to be here. It's clear to all of you that I know here that I don't want to be here. But it was important that we share our story. Like parents, teachers, supervisors, and administrators have to make judgment calls constantly throughout the day. These calls and these decisions affect the safety and well-being of the children entrusted to their care. I take this very personally, very importantly. It's the most important thing in my day as a parent and as an educator. It's vital that the individuals in these positions make decisions that are sound and in the best interest of the students. As Mike just outlined, some pretty poor judgment calls were made on that UN trip. Our daughter has been changed forever as a result of her assault. And I don't use that word lightly. She was sexually assaulted on a school trip, and nothing was done about it. Our purpose here tonight has nothing to do with Scott as a person. Our purpose is solely to ask that you consider these choices made that affected our daughter and 14 other young Sparta women. While it's unfortunate that this information was not included in a personnel file as we were promised by Dr. Rossi back at the time of the assault, it doesn't take away the fact that these were the choices made. I like Scott as a person. This is a difficult thing to do. But when you are a supervisor or you are an admin or you're someone in charge of children, you need to have good, quick judgment calls. And these were not good, quick judgment calls. They were highly detrimental to our daughter's mental and physical well-being at the time. So thank you for listening and for considering these facts when you vote this evening.
Thank you, Mrs. McGovern.
Hi, I'm Lauren Rossi, Sparta, New Jersey.
Hi, Ms. Rossi.
I'm sorry to have to go after you, and I don't know everyone's own circumstance. I'm only speaking from my circumstance. I want to talk about I think it's 15.8 as well for renewals. I'd like to recognize Dr. Esposito, who I've worked very closely with on the C3 committee, and commend her for all of her hard work and dedication to the students of Sparta. I also want to commend Scott Kircher for all the work that I've done with him and all the work and experience that I've had with him on the C3 committee. We have collaborated. Scott has taught me about civic spaces where we respect one another and we listen actively to one another, and we don't debate, but rather we let each other be heard and accept different opinions and different points of view. I know that I personally have been able to get in touch with Scott anytime I have called on him or asked him a question or been in touch about anything. In all of the conversations that I've personally had with him, he has spoken about the kids and prioritizing the kids and helping the kids and what they are going through or getting through the hard times of COVID, and been an advocate for the children and all of my experiences with Scott. And I just would like to thank Dr. Esposito and Mr. Kircher for all of their hard work and all of their dedication to our students. And like Angie had referenced, even the project that my son was involved with in a partnership between Helen Morgan School with Mr. Lehman and Mr. Kircher in the World History Department, where he came home and did one of the most standout projects that he had done this year that created meaningful conversations in our home and was valuable to his educational experience this year. So I just want to thank both of them. I appreciate their hard work, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rossi.
Good evening to everybody who's here tonight. My name is Doug Kraus. I work in the middle school.
Hi, Mr.
And
Kraus.
hi there. And I'd like to talk about agenda item 15.8. My passion is really helping my learners acquire new languages and explore the cultures of those worlds. For 9 years, I've also taught 2 graduate-level courses at Rutgers, Methods of Language Instruction and Theories of Second Language Acquisition. I co-created, and for 4 years, I ran a statewide mentoring fellowship for state world language teachers. I'm now part of a national team creating classroom videos that showcase core language learning strategies. All of this is to say that I have a pretty firm grasp on what constitutes best practices in a modern language classroom, and so does my supervisor. Scott Kircher set off on a remarkable journey when he joined this district 3 years ago. One, our entire language department has traveled with him. Of this, there can be no doubt. Language instruction and learning in our district have been brought to a new level under Scott's energetic, and I mean energetic, leadership. I'm glad to see district leaders recognize these achievements and his many others by placing Scott on the renewal list. Those who take on new leadership challenges make a choice. They can focus on projecting authority despite any underlying lack of competence or knowledge. Or they can seek first, understand, and tap the expertise of those they're asked to lead. As someone who was well-versed in social studies, but new to supervising a world language department, Scott took the humble path. He seeking out formal mentoring and advice from experts, not just in New Jersey, but around the country. He then shared what he learned with us and built department consensus around goals linked to national and state standards. Those goals reflect his belief that our role as language teachers is nothing less than transforming our learners into global citizens by building their communicative proficiency and exposing them to a wide range of cultural practices and perspectives. Scott understands that the big ideas blossom only with daily gardening. To that end, he's encouraged us and empowered us to design more real-world assessments, update and test out our department rubrics, and explore what else we need to do to make Sparta a truly model world language district for New Jersey. A first would be for Sussex County. This is all possible because he gave us time to work together and brought in professional development that addressed our needs. Many of us left our high school language classes barely able to converse with others. It's become a cliche. Due in large part to Scott's vision and action, that will not be the experience of Sparta's students. By setting annual proficiency targets, we prepare them to earn our district's nationally recognized CO by literacy, as Serge discussed, and reimagine themselves as multilingual learners. I am enormously fortunate to have Scott Kircher as my supervisor. Why? Because I know under his leadership even greater things await the budding global citizens of Sparta schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krause.
Good evening. For those who don't know me, I'm Dr. Marissa Wilson, District Science Supervisor, President of the Supervisors Association, and Sparta alumni. I brought a friend with me.
Hi, Ms. Wilson.
Thanks, Marissa. Doug Lehman. I'm the president of the Sparta Administrators Association. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Lehman.
As many of you know, prior to the April board meeting, many conversations centered around budget and staffing have to occur. Most being positive, but some being especially difficult. The Supervisors and Principals Associations would publicly like to thank the Central Office Administration and our respective members for their continued collaboration in finding and retaining the best staff possible to meet the needs of all Sparta students. And along with that comes the budget approval to support our programming needs, so thank you for that. Collectively, our team of supervisors and principals have conducted hundreds of classroom observations where we provide detailed and timely feedback to our teachers. We also conduct monthly rounds of formal and informal walkthroughs that drives our curriculum and staff meetings. In addition, we spend hours working individually with teachers and having meetings with small groups of staff to ensure we maintain the pulse of our respective departments, buildings, and the performance of staff therein. The budget, tenure, and renewal recommendations we placed before the board this evening were made through data-driven conversations, detailed employee documentation collected over time, in many cases over the course of 4 years, in a conjoined effort between our associations. As we are transitioning out of the pandemic, never have we been more appreciative and proud of the work that our associations have accomplished together. With the continued support and consistency within our administration, there is no limit to what we can accomplish for our #1 priority, our students. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Hi, my name is Tina Johnson. I'm a Sparta High School teacher, but I live in Wharton, New Jersey, at 164 East Central.
Hi, Ms. Johnson.
Okay. Speaking on behalf of Scott Kircher, addressing 15.8. I'm in my 9th year here at Sparta as a special education teacher, 19th overall. Scott has provided me with more support here as a supervisor, and I'm in the special education department. Recently, he did one of my observations and provided me unbelievable feedback that provided me more info to help my students. Last year, he was my mentor for my principalship from Centenary University, and I chose him specifically out of all the staff here because of his professionalism and leadership that he demonstrates here on a daily basis. As a chaperone on that Model UN trip, We were within the facility. As always, Model UN provides chaperones at the annual dinner dance, which I have chaperoned in previous years. He handled the situation with Dr. Rossi's advice and followed the school policy and handbook. At no point were students they were not told they could not call parents. When we arrived to meet with our students, they informed us of the situation, where he took action right away to take care of their needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Hi, my name is Kelly Kiff. I live at 222 Stanhope Road.
Hi, Ms. Kiff.
And hello, I'm also a teacher librarian in the district, and I have 2 children in the district. I'm going to just speak a little bit about my experiences with Mr. Kircher. I am part of the Kane cohort of students that are enrolled in the Holocaust education and the prejudice reduction class that Mr. Kircher brought to our district. There's about 20 students in it, from elementary teachers to high school teachers, supervisors, and it's provided a really wonderful opportunity for us to work together, teachers that I wouldn't normally be working with otherwise. In fact, it's probably the best professional development I've had since I've become a teacher, which was 19 years ago. Some other experiences I've had with Mr. Kircher has been the 9/11 memorial ceremony that happened this year that he organized. I brought my sons to it. He involved students, the community, and it was a really a beautiful tribute. He also contacted the librarians and social studies teachers about appropriate lessons for elementary students, middle school students, and high school students. And my kindergartner did come home that day and say that the firemen came to Alpine and you know, how it was a really special experience for him to honor them. I could list lots of different activities. There was also, as somebody mentioned earlier, the Black History Month project that combined the high school students with Hal Morgan students, but we also used it at the middle school, and it was just very well organized and useful for many different age groups. So as I said, I can only speak from my experience, but all of my experiences have been positive ones. And when you think about people and their job, he goes above and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kiff. Is there anyone else?
Hello, I'm Danielle Morgan-Roth.
Hi, Ms. Morgan.
Hi. I'm here to just speak on behalf of Scott Kircher. I've worked with him on the Diversity Council closely, and I am proud to be a Sparta parent because of the work that he is responsible of overseeing. And I just want to let you know that I support his tenure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Good evening. I'm Frank Sanchez, 122 Summit Road.
Hi, Mr. Sanchez.
How you doing? I just want to thank Dr. Beck for putting Scott Kirchner and all of our teachers up for tenure on our, for you to vote for in a motion. As members of the Board of Education, I believe your role is for oversight, and I think it would be a tremendous insult to the educators in this district, but also who you sit with as central office to go against such a recommendation. I know the former board, many members of the community felt there wasn't enough transparency. but it looks like things have improved. We have relationships now with our teachers. But earlier this year, there was questions about going after whether it was a teacher for LGBTQ. I mean, I think it would be a horrible chill to the children in this room, but the children in our district who see Mr. Kircher as a champion for them. And I would hope that, and you know, it's a tough responsibility you have, but I hope to see you vote positively and in favor of your chief educator, who is making the, based on his expertise, to keep these teachers and Mr. Kircher. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Anyone else? Can I have a motion to close public comment number 1, please?
Motion.
Neve, thank you. Second?
Second.
Kurt, thank you. Discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Before we move on, I'd like to make a motion to take a 10-minute recess. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Neve, thank you. Discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll return and we'll resume right at 10 o'clock. Thank you. we're going to resume our session here. Mr. Smith, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Bragg?
Yes.
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Ms. Grano?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Mr. Palacio?
Yes.
That's just a roll call. That's a roll call.
The roll back.
Just that we're back in session. Before we move on to section 15, I am going to turn it over to Mr. Zittimer, just to explain a couple pieces of how the voting will work tonight.
Good evening. So, under New Jersey law, personnel actions, including all the reappointments tonight, have to pass by the affirmative vote of the majority of the full membership of the board. So the full membership of the board refers to the number of board members when all the seats are occupied. In Sparta, that would be 9. A majority of the full membership means that personnel actions have to pass by 5 yes votes, regardless of the number of members that are present here tonight. So even though we only have 7 members here, the personnel action items still have to pass by 5 yes votes. I just wanted that to be clear for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Zittimer. We're going to move on to section 15, personnel and policy. We're going to look to move section 15.1 through 15.23. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Neve, thank you. Second?
Second.
Vanessa, thank you. Discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Smith.
Oh, Mr. Plushy, can I interject real quick?
Yes, yeah.
I want to just thank Mrs. Sullivan at Alpine Elementary School for her incredible service. We wouldn't have our children registered without her. So we thank her and we wish her very well in her retirement in the end of June.
Thank you. Okay, roll call, please, Mr. Smith.
I just. Ms. Bragg?
Yes to everything except on 15.8. I vote no to Scott Kircher.
Ms. Collier?
Yes to all. I abstain on 15.8 to Scott Kircher.
Ms. Grano?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes to all except for 15.8. I vote no to Scott Kircher and no to Amy Thide.
Ms. Sealander?
Can I go last? Can you come back to me, Ron?
Excuse me. Move out of order.
It's up to
She's
the
gonna
discretion of the
okay.
board president.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Palacio?
Yes.
Ms. Sealander?
I vote yes to everything on 15.8 and no to Scott Kircher.
Thank you. Moving on to section 16. We're going to look to move section 16.1 through 16.10. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion.
Neve, thank you. Second?
Second.
Lauren, thank you. Discussion? Roll call, please, Mr.
Ms.
Smith.
Bragg?
I'm sorry, Mr. Plushy, I just need you to repeat where on the agenda my papers got mixed up. I just am having trouble following you.
16.1 through 16.10.
Go to 10. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Ms. Collier?
Yes.
Ms. Grano?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Ms. Sealander?
Yes.
Dr. Serrano?
Yes.
Mr. Palacio?
Yes to everything except for 16.4, which I abstain just due to my wife being part of SEF.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Okay, moving on to section 17. We're looking to move section 17.1 through 17.12. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Neve, thank you. Second?
Second.
Kurt, thank you. Discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Smith.
Ms. Bragg,
Yes.
Ms. Collier,
Yes.
Ms. Grano,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Ms. Sealander,
Yes.
Dr. Serrano,
Yes.
Mr. Plesh.
Yes. Moving on to section 18. I'm just looking to move section 18.1. Can I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Kurt, thank you. Second?
Second.
Vanessa, thank you. Roll call, please, Mr. Smith.
Ms. Bragg,
Yes.
Ms. Collier,
Yes.
Ms. Grano,
Yes.
Mr. Morris,
Yes.
Ms. Sealander,
Yes.
Dr. Serrano,
Yes.
Mr. Plesh.
Yes. Section 19, is there any old business? Okay, we'll move on to section 20. Is there any new business? Okay, moving on to public comment number 2. Public comment number 2, the board uses the second public comment period to invite comments on all matters pertaining to the school district. Please state your name, municipality, and group affiliation, if appropriate. For the record, each participant will receive 3 minutes to speak. There will be a countdown timer. You will be notified when there is 1 minute remaining, and then again when the time is up at the end of 3 minutes. Speakers may not cede their time to others. The board uses the public comment period as an opportunity to listen to citizen concerns, but not all issues brought to a board meeting will be resolved this evening. Rather, the board will, in appropriate cases, delegate the authority to investigate the matter to the superintendent or his designee. The board does not endorse your comments, nor will the board be held liable for comments you make about a staff member or other person, which they may consider defamatory and/or slanderous, as that individual retains all rights to pursue any legal remedies against you. This public session is designed for members of the public to speak on issues for board consideration. By law, the Board of Education is under no obligation to respond to public comment. Issues raised by members of the public may or may not be responded to by the board at the conclusion of public participation. This portion of the meeting is meant to hear public comment, not to have a dialogue between the board and the person speaking. The board asks that members of the public be courteous and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking and not disrupt the meeting, or you may be asked to leave. All statements should be directed to me as the presiding officer, and no one may address board members individually.
Hi, Frank Sanchez, 122 Summit Road.
Hi, Mr. Sanchez.
I just wanted to apologize not only to Mr. Kircher for the board's vote, but to also Dr. Beck. In 20 years in education, I've never seen a Board of Education vote against a recommendation of the superintendent for personnel. Just never seen it, and I hope that Dr. Beck, Ms. Rossi don't think that maybe they should, like other administrators and educators, continue this leaving of our district because of votes like this from the board. Your abstention, your no's are recorded. I'd like to think that the arc, as Dr. King said, that the arc of moral universe is long and it bends towards justice. 20 years ago, I started here, or I'm sorry, I taught here only for a couple years, and that was 15 years ago, and I met a teacher, and we were at the board office signing our contracts, and she came with her partner, and I kind of jokingly said, oh, I didn't know we were supposed to bring our spouses, or whatever, or what have you. And she said, no, I just want the district to know who I am before I sign up. And I feel like we're going backwards. I feel like this is a chill, again, to the LGBTQ community, and that's what those no's and abstentions represent. And I feel bad for our kids and for those fellow educators who all shared about their improvement in pedagogy. And that's a shame. But I'm just hoping, again, the arc to justice will continue, and we'll have better decisions in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez.
Good evening. I'm Dana Galino, 26 Valley View Trail.
Hi, Ms. Galino.
I'm not even sure why I'm trying, but in any event, I'd like to discuss our board attorney's contract. I was told the contract is voted on at the May meeting for a June start. As a member in this community who is beholden to this board and administration to properly manage our district, I am asking that if you haven't already done so, please request at least 3 legal contracts for the upcoming year. I would also like to ask that you consider hiring a new legal firm for the June 2022 contract. It doesn't take a financial and/or legal background to see that our attorney costs have skyrocketed this past year, and I personally have stood up here in the past explaining that some of those fees were unwarranted. Given that our board has many new eyes this year, and we have a new BA coming on as well, I ask that you extend this fresh start for our vendors and consider contracting with a new legal firm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galino. Anyone else? Okay. Motion to close, please. Public comment number 2.
Motion.
Kurt,
Second.
thank you. Who was the second?
Second.
Thanks, Kim. Discussion? Roll call, please, Mr. Smith. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Moving on to for the good of the order.
I just want to, the girls' basketball team this past Tuesday was recognized at the town council meeting of all their accolades throughout the year and received proclamation on their achievements and state title.
Great. Thank you. Over the last couple weeks, I know myself and some of the other board members have had opportunities to go to National Honor Society. There was the Lax for Cass event. There was a Jazz Fest. And I'm sure there are many other events. And what I've learned from some of the more senior board members here is now we're starting to get into the end of the year sprint. So I would just like to thank all the teachers, administrators, volunteers that help make these events happen. You know, this wouldn't happen without you, so, you know, I think I can speak on behalf of everybody up here that we truly appreciate all that you're doing for our children in our district.
I do have a comment. I'd just like to address my colleagues here at the table. We are tasked with making very difficult decisions, and sometimes we agree, sometimes we don't, but I'm very proud of how we work together. We respect one another's decisions. We talk, we work it through, and but I do know that it is a very difficult position at times for all of us. I've said this before. This is a choice, you know, where we don't have to be here. We choose to serve our community in this way, and it has been a very difficult choice to serve over the last couple of years. I was very sorry to hear about Mr. Sanchez's comments that he feels that our district is going backwards. In particular, I take great offense to his comments that this is somehow directed at the LGBTQ community. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is, 15.8 is a personnel matter. I cannot address it. Nobody at this table can address it. But I would like to say that I firmly stand behind the LGBTQ community, as I know this board does as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we are going to go into a second closed session tonight for attorney-client privilege and personnel discussion. Whereas Section 8 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, PL 1975, provides for the exclusion of the public from a meeting in certain circumstances, and whereas the Sparta Township Board of Education is of the opinion that such circumstances exist to discuss attorney-client privilege and personnel matters, which are exempt from public participation pursuant to New Jersey Public Law 1975, Chapter 231, Open Public Meetings Act. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Sparta Township Board of Education shall enter executive session on April 28th at 10:15 PM. And no action will be taken. And we expect to be about 11 o'clock. Thank you. What's that? They're gonna close from in there.